All right, chat. We should be live. Should be in the keyword here. However, I'm not hearing any sound. Okay, there we go. We're good. We're good. Welcome on in, chat. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Volpes. SG. Volpes Vixen. Hyde. Welcome on in. Malware Bytes, go away. Why are you showing me an ad for $300 pair of headphones? Oh no. Chat. Big Helldiver stuff tomorrow. Big Helldiver stuff tomorrow. They pumped out a bunch of videos. I won't spoil what it is. Go see the videos for yourself. And I am excited for the Helldiver stuff. Discord. I feel like this is an important one to touch on. As of next month, all existing and new Discord accounts will be set by default to a teen account setting, which is going to limit what parts of Discord you can access. The only way to get your Discord account out of the teen setting is you're going to have to give Discord either A face scan, or B, an ID scan. So there's going to be a mandatory face or ID scan that you need to give Discord in order to get all of your Discord features back. I too am old, girly. We're old, Volpes. We're old. I won't have my PC. Is your PC going in for work, Volpes? Will not be giving Discord any sort of ID. But why? It's all part of their Teen Safety Act. So that's the thing. Hey, Bob, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah. Like, I had a feeling it was going to happen eventually. Also, why is my model not track? Oh, you know what? Hold on. I know what I need to do. I need to... I need to reconnect this phone to this computer. Also, I know that's a bit of a bummer news to start the stream with, but it is important news. Volpes, I hope stuff is going okay with your computer. Maybe I have to close VTube Studio on the phone and try again. Oh, it's going to the PC people? Hell yeah. But no, I mean, that's understandable because, like, I don't know who it was, but one of the first people here in our network of stuff that we readily use, when they required ID, they were like, it'll be fine, your ID's safe. Within a week, they were hacked and all the IDs were spilled. So, that's how that went. Oh, hey, we're working now. I'm going to show you the stupid difference between my extender and the actual Ethernet cable. Oh, I'm curious. I am very, very curious. Let me see. What do we got here? Holy shit, Volpes. Hell yeah. That's gonna help out a lot. Like, just having that extra 15 upload is huge. Like, that is massive. But yeah, what y'all doing today? What y'all got going on? Aside from the Discord bullshittery. Salda, welcome on in. Welcome on in on YouTube. Chat. We're just going to be kind of panelining and yapping today. The housemates have COVID, and I'm pretty sure I have not been spared from that. I have reason to believe I have not been spared by the plague. Based on how I'm feeling. Thankfully, I got a booster shot a month or two ago, so whatever hits me, it shouldn't be too bad, all things considered. But I did cancel my doctor appointment tomorrow, because I'm not going to be taking that into the doctor's office. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my camera controls. There we go. Yeah. It's part of this entire, like, rhetoric of bullshit of, like, oh, we're doing it to protect the kids. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just collecting people's data, and you're gonna give it to people. That's all you're doing. It's about money. Hey, HZ, welcome new. Welcome on in, HZ. Yeah, they're making a teen council for Discord. So I guess we're gonna be ruled by the teen council now. HZ, what you got going on? Happy Monday. Happy Monday. We're currently upsetty spaghetti at Discord. Yeah, Discord getting hacked constantly, and this is going to do nothing. So, that's fun. Thank you for having me, even though I don't know why I'm here. Honestly, that's kind of how I end up in most places. I don't know how I got here, but I'm here. Let me slide over my YouTube chat so I can actually read. Glad to catch you again. Passed all my exams. Hell yeah. Next semester's plan is hell, but we stay silly. Hey, you gotta stay silly. You gotta stay silly. Hey, thank you for the follow. Enjoy your follower emotes. We're just doing a little bit of model kit work today. Doing a little bit of panel lining. It has nothing to do with info gathering or hacking. It's legal defense. I mean, I imagine it is partially legal defense, because just everywhere has been cracking down on that. But at the same time, I do not trust Discord one moment with my data. But I do agree. I do agree, Bob, that it is... they're basically trying to cover their ass, basically. So it is, like, legal defense. It's basically so people can't come after them and be like, oh, you don't have a safe space for kids and stuff. So Discord's, like, preemptively... they're preemptively doing it, I guess. Just so they don't have to deal with legal stuff. It does kind of suck, because even people who don't want to be a part of the system are being kind of, like, forced into it. There is no fix until we get information rights like the EU. Yeah. And that might take a minute. You know, we wouldn't be having this problem if parents didn't just throw iPads at their kids to babysit them. But can they fix it? Who we here? Who we here? By the way, chat, Iron Lung is still slaying it at the box office, and I am so happy about that. Like, I'm not a person who rewatches movies. For some reason, I've never been someone who like goes back to watch a movie again, I would watch Iron Lung again. Absolutely. Kids' safe space. Is there a home? Make parents be accountable. How to make places safer for children. Parent your kids. Exactly. Like, do your damn job as a parent. I hate that everything now is for kids. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Be warned. Not be warned. Be advised. Be advised. It's going to be kind of real talk alley a little bit today. We need the iPad, to be honest. I live in the Bay Area and would rather risk the brain rot than risk the needless faces and camps that are everywhere. We can't just send him outside like we used to. I mean, there's other things you can do, though. There's other things you can do outside of, like, going outside. And don't get me wrong, like, giving them an iPad isn't, like, inherently bad. I don't believe it's, like, inherently bad. It's mostly, like, when the parents use it as a means to shrug their responsibilities. But I don't think it's, like, inherently bad. Because, I mean, we were the same way growing up, you know? We lived on our Game Boys and stuff like that. Like, yeah, we didn't have internet access, but... I will say one thing that upsets me about YouTube in particular is they have YouTube Kids and they never use it. But yeah, no, I can see where you're coming from, Bob. I can definitely see where you're coming from. Yeah, teach them to make Gundams. YouTube Kids equals YouTube Shorts. Take them outside with you, I don't know, spend time with them. Go to kid spaces. YouTube Kids sucks. Like, chat, I'm gonna be real, chat. I'm gonna be completely real with you. If the... Not necessarily Discord, but if the people pushing the Face ID, face scan to protect the kids stuff, if they actually gave a single shit about the kids, they would do something about the school shootings. They do all this talk about for the kids. They don't give a single shit about school shootings. Do not trust YouTube Kids. The amount of... Yeah, no. I've heard of, like, Prawn being on YouTube Kids. It's wild. At least, like, shorts are a little bit better, like Bob was mentioning. Like, shorts are basically just, like, TikTok brain rot. And the brain rot's not necessarily what I'm worried about. Because, I mean, we grew up with our own brain rot. We had Newgrounds. Hey, Einar. If I had $1 for every parent I saw buy their kids Call of Duty or GTA, I would retire. I was introduced to Grand Theft Auto... When did Grand Theft Auto 3 come out? I was in my early teens. What do you mean by that, HC? What do you mean by that, HC? I need to know the context on that. But yeah. And yeah, chat, normally I don't open up a stream. Oh. HC, you're kind of... HC, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really like your vibes, homie, so I'm going to get you out of here. I was born in 74. We had crime and things happened before video games and rock music. I remember a story where a guy did a study between shootings, death, and drowning by pools for kids, 2000s. People wanted to keep safe. To be fair, a lot of swimming pools do not have, like, any kind of safety. Like, some of them have lifeguards, but I've seen so many pools where it's just, like, good luck. Yeah, pools back in the day were kind of wild. Oh, you got all your VODs, Volpes? Wait, all the 2024 ones? Holy. How long did that take? I am an adult, and I want to talk about adult stuff. Exactly, Salda. Also, Einar, how you doing? How you doing? The cold never bothered me anyway. Also, Einar, the thing you got me on Throne has shipped. SG, the thing you got me on Throne has been ordered, according to Throne, and is preparing to ship. So again, thank you all for the birthday wishes on Friday. I appreciate your faces. Einar got me a Mikuzaku. SG got me a model cutting saw, which I very much need. Hey, Teo, welcome on in. How's it going, everybody? Again, folks, I know it's been some pretty heavy real talk this morning, but once in a while I do feel like it's important to talk about. Also, Bob, how you been? You been working on anything, Bob? You been doing any building? We've been slowly chipping away on this G-Self. Couldn't they just make Discord kids? That would require effort. Also, Panzer, how you been doing? How you doing? Oh, you did the monkey roadie? Is that the new one that came out? Or is that the crab? I'm glad you've been doing good. Gonna paint mine like an Easter egg. Aw, I love that. I got through 2 days of 4-degree work. Sheesh. You were chilling, huh? Big chilling. What about y'all on YouTube? Y'all working on anything today? Okay, I love the idea of that thing being an Easter egg. I've been downloading them throughout since Twitch did the whole we're gonna max out how many you can store on our end. Yeah. No, that's fair, Volpees. Since they just destroyed our VOD limits. Looks like I'll be going back to work tomorrow. Hell yeah. I know that's something you've been looking forward to. I survived the Super Bowl with minimal yelling at people. That's what we love to see. That's what we love to see. I didn't have a ready means to watch the Super Bowl this year, but I kept tabs on it. Oh, you live 15 minutes away? Oh, geez. Okay. That's what you meant by screams. You're, like, in it. Yeah, stadiums can get loud, so 15 minutes away is still very easy to hear, like, everything. Have a little bit left on the Lancelot. Ooh. Did I miss a nub? I did. I can't believe I've done this. Missed a nub on the foot chat. At least it appears to just be one. You watched the halftime show? Yeah, I want to go back and watch the halftime show. Get ruined, exactly. As a Puerto Rican, the references were 12-10. Hell yeah. That's what we love to hear. I heard somebody got married during the halftime show, too. During a Bunny segment. I was so happy. Like, just seeing everybody's reactions to the concert and stuff, and how happy they were. If anyone asks, I was a bush. Man, Einar was showing me some stuff on AliExpress, including those fancy files. That place is dangerous. Not the nubbin. Not the nubbin. Oh, by the way, Chad, I didn't give you your, where is it? YouTube Studio, Doro. Were people just saying they were hiding in bushes? The Luma reference was pretty funny. Is this my twerk button? So, I don't know if anyone else who has a Stream Deck has run into this today, but my Stream Deck, my toggles are working. But they don't have any of their labels on them. And I do not know why. Oh! Oh, that's cool. Okay. Okay, so the people were like the plant set pieces. Oh, that's cool. I love it when they do stuff like that. I know Iron Mouse was like so happy about it. That brought me joy. Ordered them? Yeah, once Einar gets them, I'm gonna take a look, and I might pick up a set as well. TBH. 2BH. Yeah, even on my... Oh, double check the connection. Huh. You know, you raise a good point, Vulpes. Even on the app, the names are blank, so there must be a connection issue going on here. Well, when I opened up Stream Deck, it did that thing where it's like, hey, you need to update. And I thought it was just, you know, what we've been experiencing where it asks us for updates every time. So I just clicked off of it without thinking anything. And when I did that, all the names wiped. Panzer, yes. The ice, the snow. It has not budged. Yeah, was Green Day... Did Green Day do the halftime, or was Green Day like the pre-game show? Opening act. Mine's wanted to update for the past, I don't know how long. Yeah. But no. If you get the chance, go watch it for yourselves. But Green Day came out swinging, and I'm here for it. One part that brought me joy was when Green Day doing American Idiot while the MVPs came out. Most Green Day move ever. No, that's fair. I got confused by it too. I thought they were like part of it and stuff, but they did it a little bit different, I guess. I was rooting for the Seahawks. I am not a Seahawks fan by any means. In fact, I'm a little salty towards them for some games a few years ago. However, the Seahawks were tweeting out Uma Musume memes, and between that and me not liking the Patriots, the Seahawks got my vote. They posted Umas, and that's all I needed to see. Yeah, plus I heard the Patriots were kind of a disaster. Like, I don't keep up with football like I used to, but I do still poke my head into it here and there. Yeah, Einar found some really cool stuff a couple nights ago. But after Einar plays with the files, I might grab me a set of them too, because they're cheap enough. I'm still going to use my Razor Glass file, but just having the potential for the pointed glass files is like really cool. The games are rigged before they even start. There hasn't even been a single actual game in several years now. That's basically how I felt every time the Chiefs or the 49ers get back to the Super Bowl. I'm like, well, here we are again. Like, I really want to see a Super Bowl where it's teams that no one would ever expect to get there. That's what I've always wanted. Oh, you got some as well, Hyde. Ooh, let me know how they turn out. I have interest in them. Person wearing a Patriots fan. That's a wise decision in my area. I get a mixed bag where I live. From what I saw, that's like $17 right now. Also, Vopes, I'm kind of with you on that end. Like, the last few Super Bowls have been kind of meh. At least to me personally. Sis, how you doing? Welcome on in. I just want Detroit to win one Super Bowl. Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Lions winning one. I just need to get my... Well, I don't have a Blood Bowl team, but if I did, they would be in the NFL. The other part I loved was every time someone from The Office touched the Lombardi trophy, everyone booed. That's some of... Yeah. Deserved. So chat, here's where I'm scared. Do I dare to try to panel line around the blue ring here? Do I dare? $10K glass. Good file. Oh, Bob, is it like a 10K grit? $10K equivalent? Gotcha. The ones that Einar was showing me, I think they're like... Oh, I'm still twerking. Hold on. The ones that Einar showed me were like 600 to 800 grit, which is pretty cool. All right, chat, I'm daring to dream. I'm panel lining the stuff that took me forever to paint properly. Just gotta take it slow. Slow and steady. Slow and steady wins the race. Also, Volpes, I do hope you can get your computer back soon for more diving shenanigans. Chat, without really spoiling anything for people who want to watch the videos, the tomorrow patch for Helldivers, I would wager to say is bigger than when the Illuminate invaded Super Earth. It's kind of a bigger deal. Why is it tomorrow? Yeah. And there's new Superstore stuff coming out tomorrow, too. I need to finally unpack my new spray booth. Ooh, you got the spray booth? What if I take it tomorrow? Oh, I see. It's not... What if I take it next week instead? Is it like a scheduled thing, or is it just like a walk-in, drop-off kind of thing? Walk-in, drop-off? Gotcha. Portable spray booth with a water curtain. Ayo? But it's not been overheating. But it's been not overheating, but not overheating. I see. So it's been the heating issues have been kind of inconsistent. I wonder if, because I know periodically you have the frame drops. I know that happens off and on. I'm wondering if that's heat related and not GPU related. Because if the processor's getting hot, it might be interfering with other stuff potentially, but I don't know. Either way, I hope they get you hooked up. I don't know if you saw the major order last night, but the bots hacked into our super destroyers last night, chat. Last night, our major order was to defect from Super Earth. Like, the major order is defect from the Helldivers. Don't tell Democracy Officer Rue this, but where do I sign up? Where do I defect that? Well, I just, you know, asking for a friend. Because the worst part about it is the bots aren't wrong. It's the orders, man. You know, I'm a good noodle and I follow orders. Exactly. The Super Destroyer High Command gave me an order to defect. I'm gonna follow orders. That is what a good Helldiver does. Chat. Einar's gonna be teaching me how to do water slides. Einar's gonna teach me how to do water slide decals. Walk in, drop off, and the death stare until they start. Just laser in on them, stare into their soul. You know, this entire lower leg portion that I'm lining right now is going to be covered up by the bell bottoms. But the completionist in me demands it. Yeah, I've never done water slides before. The only decals I've ever done are dry transfers. And I hated those. Those were the opposite of fun. But yeah, no, I've always been intimidated about water slides just because my hands shake. But Kami sent me a wet palette, and apparently that's really good for doing water slides with. Water slides are a bit funky from my Warhammer experience, but not too terrible. Do you have the necessary equipment for it? Probably not. Well, I've got the wet palette. I don't have a good pair of tweezers. I think I'm going to get these pins for Warhammer minis. Yeah, these are nice. These are the Gundam marker panel lining pins. They're pretty cheap, all things considered. I like using them more than, like, the wash style of panel lining, because I keep hearing people having kits snap, break, all that kind of stuff. But I've never had any issues with the Bandai panel liner. The stupid Tal minis are so dang small. They're doing their best. They're doing their best. Yo, when is Blood Bowl gonna add the Tau? We need the Tau in Blood Bowl. I need to see those little guys play sports ball against the Nurgle. But yeah, so what I do not have as far as doing water slides goes, I do not have an X-Acto knife for cutting them out, so I need to get one of those. And I do not have, like, a fine tip pair of tweezers for them yet. So I do need to get my hands on some of those. But Einar wants to walk me through it on the Percival. Which is good, because I want to do the water slides on my Garma Zaku. I've got the Bandai sheet, and it looks like it came in intact despite the box damage. But I know Delpies are just better. Let me cap this so it doesn't dry out. It's been open for a minute. Yeah, so for the water slides, they typically come in like a rectangular blue sheet. And it's just all printed on one sheet. So you have to like go in there and just cut out the decal that you need in question. And pluck it out with a pair of tweezers, basically. Tamiya liner is enamel-based and uses short chain epicarbons, like White Spirit as a thinner. The Gundam liner pen is Mr. Weathering color, a oil-based wash that uses isopropyl as thinner. Ah, that's, you know what? That's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. People might be mixing the enamel with paints that don't cooperate with it. I've used nail art stickers from my army and tattoo paper. Yo, that's kind of badass, though. That's kind of badass, though. Let's see. Sorry, chat. I was checking Discord real quick. Short chain hydrocarbons is lighter fluid. Oh, it's lighter fluid. I see. You can use fine scissors to cut the water slides too and start from the outer one first. Oh, they do make those little micro scissors, don't they? It is a thing that I keep forgetting about. All right. Chat. After 3 different streams on YouTube where I've said we were putting the bell bottoms together, we are finally putting the bell bottoms together. Now here's the predicament that Allie has gotten herself in. I've mixed these parts up, so I need to eyeball which ones are actually for which leg. This panel liner is a tiny bit dried up. It's still got plenty of ink. I've just had it open too long. Good luck doing slide outside in on a kit. I've done water slide. I need to show you a picture of the, not water slides. I need to show you a picture of the dry transfers that I did. I built the Zaku 2.0 White Ogre from MS Igloo. And I did the dry transfers for like the big scorpion and stuff. They turned out, like, they actually turned out great. I hated the prospect of doing them. Picnic spoons and knives. Oh, you know what? I can use these Bandai water slides that I have for practice. That's not a bad idea, because I've got the Bandai water slide sheet for the Garmazaku. I'm probably going to get the Delphi for it instead. So I can get some spoons. Yeah, because curved surfaces are where I'm, like, the most scared. A flat surface, you know, that's pretty okay. But, like, with the Zaku, you've got to do the water slides around the curves of the... It's all curves. It's oops, all curves on the Zaku. Curves all the way down. She got curves, homie. But yeah, no, the spoon test is a good idea. It is a very good idea. I just print out stuff and use it. You know what? Huh. You know what's funny, Bob? I actually have a USB mug warmer. I use it for my candles, so I don't have to, like, deal with the smoke. I actually, coincidentally enough, have one of those on hand. Get yourself a knife, a pair of tweezers, cotton swabs, and a marker. Mark setter and softener. I keep hearing about setter and softener. I, too, am not amazing at art. I, 3, am not amazing at art. And that's okay. How do we do this, chat? So, let's take this leg first. And... okay, so this is the part for this. So this goes on like this. Yeah, you do a lot of slides, Hyde. That I definitely know. You be electric sliding all over the place. Sorry, chat. Just doing a little bit of minor cleanup. Ads are going to be soon-ish. I'm realizing. I'm noticing a few spots of paint cleanup that I did not do. Sis, what kind of tweezers do you use? I know there's some, like, really fine tip needle nose pliers? Tweezers. Okay. You got the display ones? Sent you a pic of a tool that will really help. Let me take a look-see here. Am I doing this right? Am I doing this right? Allie, are you doing this right? I guess so. Oh, that's actually not bad. I was worried about how sturdy this would be because it's just 2 clamps going over the leg. Pretty damn sturdy. It is covering up this thruster, but I think that's where this part comes in. Yeah, okay. So basically, it kind of gives the fantasy that the leg thruster shoots out through here instead. Let me just do a quick check of something real quick. The parts are indeed different. But using the powers of deductive reasoning, I think I can figure it out. I think that's about right. Yeah, seems good. Awesome. Let me check Discord real quick. Angled and straight. Gotcha. Ooh. Not easily deformed, high hardness, heat resistant. Oh, these look good. Yeah, because the one pair of tweezers I have, unfortunately, had, like, glue spilled on them, and it's a bit of a mess. It's not the most daijobu. Angled and straight. I use from display. Chat, thank you for all your pointers and stuff today. Also, let me go back. I need to read something from Bob here. I use the old school method. White vinegar and water as an activator. Warm the water as the mark softer. Huh. I wonder how people figured that out. That's cool, though. I like seeing, like, the old school methods for it. I have to disconnect everything and get ready for the gym, plus abandoning my PC. Hope the day goes well for you, Volpees. Hope you have a good gym. I salute PC Kun. May they come back better and stronger than ever. Look at nail art stuff. I probably should, since I do need to look into nail stuff in general. Yeah, I'm going to take a look. I'm going to take a look at everything. Chat, say bye-bye to Volpees. May it come back tomorrow. Yes. May it come back tomorrow for the defense of Super Earth. I love finding stuff. I saw the video for Helldivers 2, and I just hope it doesn't break stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that is always the worry with the major Helldivers update. What is going to break? If you answered everything, you've got a pretty high chance of success. Everything is not a bad guess. I'm wondering what will break. You know, if a couple things break, I can live with that. Please fix the sound bugs because they are jarring. Please. If the audio bugs were the only thing to get fixed, I would be happy. Because that causes some, like, sensory overload uncomforts for me. Alright. Chat. Ads are coming up. Ads are, in fact, coming up. So we're going to go ahead and take that ad break. I'm glad we're both thinking the same page. Yeah, no, my audio bugs last night on both bots and Illuminate, they were so bad. Just the pop crackling. It's like ice cracking, and don't like that noise. Hit the spear will break the game again. The spear of truth will punish all. I did get the leveler. I got the new Ultimatum rocket launcher, and I love everything about it. It's so good. Or the stratagem bug. Oh gosh, no. Actually, that's active right now, Volpes. People found, well, kind of. You can fill all your stratagem slots with 380 barrages through some means. I don't know how. Yeah, shit. There's the ads. Oh, they did fix that one. Okay. Because I did it and it just gave me my loadout. Okay, they did fix it. Okay, that's probably good. For the sake of people's computers, that's probably good. Use Tommy as cement to fix the hard case on my phone. Hell yeah. Now I go for real, for real. Take care, Volpes. Be safe. Have good gym. Hi, Mama Volpes. All right, chat. We will be right back. All right, chat. We are back. Thank you for your patience. Once again, chat. Thank you for all of the pointers and stuff. And recommendations for like the water slides and stuff. It's definitely new territory for me. All right. Why is my mouth not moving? Okay, no, it is moving. I had to grab myself some Go Juice. One of the things I got for my birthday was a big old thing of Powerade, which is good because my body has horrible fluid retention. Okay. Adjust my seat a little bit here. And we'll get back to doing what we're doing. Actually, I don't think I really need the manual after this, for a little bit at least. My goal for today is to just get this body panel lined and put together. And then we will build the beam rifle. I keep saying I'm going to get to the hands. And I keep saying I'm going to do the paint work that I need to do on the hands. And then I keep forgetting about the hands. Maybe we potentially do the hands today instead. We'll see. So, which way? Red alert. Red alert. What kind of red alert we talking? Too much Taco Bell red alert? Man, I want Taco Bell. Maybe I'll order some Taco Bell tomorrow. Chat, Allie's entering her cooking arc. I've got some ideas. Doji, Saucy, and some other folks gave me some ideas for cooking. Catan, Shard of the Nightbringer. Why does that sound badass? He's one of those $125 minis. My. Thank you for the resubby. Oh, thank you for the resubble bubble. How you doing? I don't know why I thought she resubbed a few days ago. Thank you. How you doing, my? You found the old one for 50? I forgot. Warhammer does do releases like that. Welcome on in. Yeah, we're working on the G-Self Assault Pack. Currently, we are doing panel lining, and we are assembling the main body, minus the hands, because I keep forgetting the hands. Welcome on in, Web. Welcome. Happy Monday. Am doing. That is fair. Am kind of doing as well. We started the stream with some, heavy real talk. But we're just kind of big chilling now. Big chillin'. Just talking about Helldivers update tomorrow. New Superstore comes out tomorrow. I forgot that was one of the backpacks. Had so many. No, that's fair. That is totally fair. I know there's a bunch of variants. There's a variant of the updated G-Self on P Bandai right now, but $73 is a bit too steep for my blood. You building anything, Fox? You been working on anything? Hyde, what does this Necron look like? I know a little bit about the Necrons. I watched a lore video about them, just enough to learn that they're psychotic badasses. I do like the look of the G-Self. Need a kit for my backlog. Yeah, I'm very much like a G-Self enjoyer. I do really like the G-Self. Hey! Thank you for the follow. Enjoy your follower emotes. Let me move my camera controls off of that. There we go. Once again, Saldus is on YouTube. Thank you so much for your recommendations. I appreciate your faces. For those who don't know, we are dual streaming to the YouTube. Much to the dismay of Twitch. Yeah, no, my friends November and Momo were able to score me this Assault Pack G-Self last year. Because it went in stock at, I think it was like Gundam Front Toyko. Because they live in Japan. And they were able to score this one for me and send it on over. So I am very, very grateful for that. This is one of my favorite little variants here. I say little, but this thing's rather not little. It's pretty big. Haven't built kits in a while. Been trying to get into the card game recently. Yo, the Gundam card game, like, it's legit. It's legit. The cards are very well done. I am having to avoid it like the plague purely because I cannot afford to get into another long-lasting addiction. But oh, the card game is like solid. They've done a very good job with it so far. Card games on motorcycles. Yeah, typically, we do a lot of building here on stream. We do Gunpla, Girlpla, a little bit of miscellaneous stuff. Occasionally some games. It used to be the other way around, but I wanted to lean more into the model kit side. Girlpla on motorcycles. Believe in the heart of the plastic, Joey. Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of the Kodo kits, and like they come with motorcycles. Okay, legs are done. Let's panel line the main body, then we'll move to arms, and then we'll do the head very last, because that's the spot that scares me the most. Just because it's a very small space. We've done all the detail painting on this with display markers, so we haven't used any of the stickers. Slurping my Powerade. Finding printed is hard, and sometimes just as expensive as buying Game Workshop. Let me bring down my magnifier, chat. I probably should have been doing this from the get-go for panel lining. Doing a little bit of cleanup here because the pen slid a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I hope you enjoy the Gundam card game. There's definitely a few card singles that I would like to have. I need my space lesbians. Gotta bleed the pen a little bit more real quick. I do not blame you for not wanting to get into resin. Like, resin can be handled safely and stuff, but it's not something I would risk. Even if safety's not a concern, you know? I understand. There are definitely some really cool-ass resin things out there, but... I'll never forget, I had a friend who I told them, hey, if you're going to go be sanding resin all weekend, wear some PPE. And they're like, nope. And they wondered why they ended up in the hospital. Yeah, that too. It's messy. Just fair. There we go. Not perfect, but I can live with it. And if need be, I can come back and paint over this a little bit where the ink kind of slipped a tiny bit. Yo, the high-grade Turn A, really good kit. Solid kit. One of my favorite high grades that I've built. It was just fun. It sadly does not come with a cowl like the Master Grade does. Hey, Tummy, welcome on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're working on the assault pack today. We're doing some panel lining. I'll probably have to go into these little blue spots here and just do some very minor paint touch-up later. How'd you get that? I got lucky. I got very lucky. Two of my friends, November and Momo, they're in Japan, and when Gundam Front Toyko was doing an event for G-Self, they had a handful of these in stock, and they were able to grab one for me. Because I have not seen it stateside otherwise. Yeah, welcome, welcome on in. How you doing? You working on anything? You building anything? We're just kind of big chilling today while panel lining. I'm panel lining stuff that terrifies me to panel line right now because it's painted stuff. But we are being brave. It's actually going a little bit better than anticipated, so I'm happy about that. A name that hasn't been uttered in decades. Yeah, I guess it was around the time the last G-Reco movie came out. It was either that or the anniversary that they got like a bunch of G-Reco kits printed just exclusively for that place. So we're almost done. We're just panel lining the main body right now. That way we can get the main body put together. But the next phase of the build, when we get to it, is going to be the humongous backpack. The big chungus that is the backpack, and I'm excited for it. Yeah, I really do wish they would reprint them, because I like pretty much all of the G-Reco designs. Like, I want to get a Mac knife. I want to get an elf bullet. Among other things. But like you said, they don't really get reprinted ever. Which is unfortunate. Huh? Oh, this part didn't go in all the way. Hold on. Huh. Why did that not... Oh, okay. So this front skirt armor has not gone in all the way. We might have to do just a small disassembly in a second here to fix that. Won't be anything major. But if I try to fix it while it's on there, I might break something. And that'll be sad for all parties involved. Yeah, the elf bullock. I love their little designs. I think it's because they remind me of the Woundwort. And I love the Woundwort. I recently built the Dovenwolf. I love that kit family. Same. I am a silver bullet enjoyer. I love the Dovenwolf too. I want the unicorn version. If that ever gets reprinted. Did you get the, was it the Zeta version? I like the colors on the Zeta version. You know, Ellie, how much do you love me? What did you do? I want this Satan shard. Who's selling it anyway? Did you find it on, like, eBay? Oh, Amazon. That's the $50 one, right? Are you planning on grabbing it? I need to see what this thing looks like. I don't know if you sent me a message yet, but I'm very curious to see what it looks like. Hold on, I gotta pull this thing's crotch off. The crotch has been yoinked. Also, once again, tell me, welcome on in. I have left the panel line pin open like a dingus. Don't do that, chat. So I was having some issues with this particular part during first assembly, and I'm 99% sure that it's user error on my part. I'm pretty sure it's user error, because the other side went in fine. Oh, a friend of Fennel. Well, welcome on in. Fennel's a good bean. Hyde wishes his crush was yoinked. Sheesh. There we go. All right, it's in now. Yeah, no, that's a steal. I wish for this Necron to be in my possession. Oh, it's this one. Oh, it's this goober. Okay. Oh, they look cool. Nice. Okay, Allie has to make a choice here. The panel lining pen kind of splotched out a teeny tiny little bit in these blue areas. And I have to ask myself, is it worth trying to correct the paint? Or do I simply leave it? I'm leaning toward leaving it, because it's not, like, awful. Technically, the blue on these outlines here isn't supposed to be here, but I thought it might look cool. I feel like the moment I bring the paint in, my hand's gonna slip. And it's gonna cause a whoopsie-poopsie. So I think we're going to live with the understanding that imperfections exist and leave that be. I'd love to see this kit bashed with the Gundam-based G-Cell. Yeah, I've been looking at that one a bit more closely lately and, like, seeing all the differences and stuff. P Bandai has a version of the Gundam-based G-Self up right now. It comes with the Space Pack and the Atmospheric Pack. It's like $73, though, and I'm like, ugh. Because I know that version of the G-Self has, like, a lot of changes and improvements to it. Such a terrible value. Like, it's cool that it comes with the 2 packs. But, yeah, that's a lot of money for, like, a smaller high grade. If it was a bigger high grade, I could understand. You know, but for just a standard-sized high grade with 2 backpacks. Yeah, the Perfect Pack is also a thing, too. Okay, good enough. Just checking to see if I missed any lining opportunities on this. Normally, I panel line as I build the kit. This case was just a little different because we were doing so much detail painting that I just kind of wanted to move on to other parts so I could get them painted up. Same difference. You're gonna get yoinky sploinkied by a Necron? I know too much about the G-Self now, because Fennel has been buying damn near every G-Self out there. Fennel has very good taste. Fennel has exceptional taste in mobile suits. Not me getting name dropped. Yeah, you're getting name dropped. It's happening. Getting name dropped on a Monday. Hello, Fennel. Welcome on in. We're doing lines and making questionable decisions on parts that we've painted. All right, on to the arms. Yeah, like some panel lining marker, a tiny bit spilled out onto some of the paint, and I kind of had this realization of I could go in and try to fix it. However, it might make matters worse if I do. I struggle with it so bad. Like, even now, after I said I'm not going to fiddle with it, internally, my brain is screaming because I've hyperfixated on it. Like, my brain is currently having a hissy fit right now. More than the middle child, less than coffee. I sympathize. It's the eternal struggle, because it's like, sure, the only one who's really going to notice it is like me. Well, no, I mean, this is going to go in a YouTube video, so people will see it. But at the end of the day, I'll know it's there. But I'm doing my best. I'm trying not to let the hyperfixation win today. Enough to buy me Warhammer stuff. It's part of the arm taken care of. Yeah, Hyde found something on Amazon for a good price, it looks like. Also, it is another day of being windy. Not as windy, but still a little windy. Chat, it's gonna be like, it's gonna be like almost 60 degrees tomorrow. It's gonna be almost hecking 60 degrees tomorrow. I don't know what to do with myself. I might explode. Oh no! So for the blue paint, I use this display marker. It is marker MK11. Funny enough, this marker came with a set that I got. And it was perfect. It was perfect for the G-Self. Like, it matched perfectly. So that was like a huge, huge boon. But It's been very good. It's been a very good marker. The color has been bright and vibrant. I definitely recommend checking out the Display markers if you get the opportunity. Very cheap. How are they compared to Gundam markers? There's some pros and cons. There's some pros and cons. The pros, for me, the pros outweigh the cons. Because they're soft tip markers, they don't really run everywhere. The paint is not super watery. You don't run the risk of paint kind of going everywhere like you do with Gundam markers sometime. Yeah, these act more like a paintbrush. These act more like a paintbrush. You don't have to shake them. You do not have to shake them. You just pop off the cap. You're good to go. If the tip ever starts to dry out a little bit, get a tiny cup of water, put it in for about 5 seconds. At about 5 seconds, you should start to see the ink kind of pop off of the tip. At that point, pat it down with a paper towel, stick it tip down, and let it sit overnight with the cap on, and it'll revive the marker. The cons. Gundam marker paint, I feel like, is a little stronger. With this paint, lightly brushing over it with like a bamboo skewer like this is enough to knock the paint off. The con to that, it's easy to knock the paint off. The plus to that is if you do need to clean up paint, it's very easy to knock the paint off. But I've majoritarily stopped using my Gundam markers. I've still got 2 sets that I keep on hand. I've got the rustic, like, Xeon marker set that I keep on hand if I need it. But outside of that, it's been kind of Display all the way. Yes, keep the tip down. 60 in February is concerning. 30s here, 40s tomorrow. I want this snow to melt. I do love snow, don't get me wrong. This particular batch has overstayed its welcome because it's less snow, more of like a sheet of glass because it's just so frozen. And it has not melted much at all since it came down like 2 weeks ago. I've tried them once, never wanted to use them again. Yeah, like the Gundam markers. So my biggest complaint about the Gundam markers is the tip. They use like a plastic nib as the tip for the paint. And the problem with that is you can't really do multiple coats with the tip. That the jokes are writing themselves. Because the plastic just starts to dig into the paint that you've already done. What I ended up having to do with my Gundam markers was I bled them out into a paint cup, and I had to hand brush with the paint. Like, that was really the only way I could get a lot of progress with Gundam marker paint, was bleeding it into a cup and then brushing it. Yeah, there's like a kind of a Sharpie sheen. So just there's like, I was using them because they were like all I had. But now I do have a nice set of paintbrushes that chat got me. So I'll probably still be using those for like special projects and stuff. But the Display markers and markers like them have been very, very nice. They've been very, very nice. I do definitely recommend them. And they don't really, like, there's not much in the way of fumes with them, so You can use them without feeling wibbly wobbly. I too hate Gundam markers. Hey, Aegis, welcome on in. Yeah, I didn't know what I was missing out on. Like, there are some colors of Gundam marker that I love. That's why I've got, like, 2 packs that I did keep. But, yeah, like, they have the penchant for staining. The only time I've run into anything in the same zip code as staining with the display markers is if it's a part that I sanded over and some of the paint just got into the grooves. And I was able to get that off just by very lightly using a sanding sponge. But yeah, no, the display stuff's good. I think I prefer the paint coming off easier for cleaning. Because it's just as easy to more or less fix paint. Also, Fennel, that Acer B is looking cool. I'll come back and touch that up later. Golden, how you doing? Welcome on in. Happy Monday. Happy time zone. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because the easy solution to fragile paint is just top coating. All my homies love Mr. Super Clear UV. We do have some UV paint enjoyers in chat. We do have some UV enjoyers in chat. Wonder who that could be. Also, I feel called out. Oh, did the Amazon recommendations get you? Hey. Chat, did you know Hyde has a throne? Do you know Hyde has a throne? Where you can buy them stuff? Hyde also streams. And screams. And yeah, for those curious, I'm using a Gundam marker brand fine tip panel lining pen. So I still love Real Touch markers. Real Touch markers and these panel lining pens, I'll still use those. I have a bunch of those. I like to use those for different types of panel lining. Real Touch markers, thumbs up. Really good for lining. But that's kind of like the only Bandai marker stuff I'm using now. It's looking good. I am slouching so bad. Oh my goodness. Chad, after my birthday, I'm old now. I gotta... I can't say that. My back's been questionable ever since my early 20s. Yeah, they get the job done. The freebie panel pins. Free is my favorite brand of cheap. Also, my chair is stuck. I'm running into the complication of having a roller chair on carpet. But I've gone through so many of those, like, plastic things. Einar, fuck you. I've gone through so many of those plastic things that the chairs sit on. Chat, do not look. Do not look at what Einar just posted. It does not exist. I feel like these pens spawn into my possession. A lot of the new hobby stuff I've been using. Read the link again. Are you talking about this throne? Oh, that's Hyde's throne. Okay, yeah, chat, go check that out. Chat, go check that out. That's Hyde's throne. My apologies, Einar. Unfuck you. Okay, now fuck you. Einar, don't you have a throne? Einar, you are lucky. You are lucky this computer is not logged into Throne. I will say this, we did try the Amazon wishlist stuff, and that is a scam. Like, Hyde and I about, like, shit ourselves trying to figure out how Amazon wishlists work, and we just kind of gave up on it. This might be the most practical throne I've ever seen. I pulled off, like, a handful of the model kit stuff recently just because it, like, went out of stock in certain places. What do I even have on my throne? I've got my Gunpla, got a couple model kits. Yeah, I definitely pulled a lot of the model kits off. Just because the links were dead. I don't know. A part of me still always feels bad when I put stuff up on Throne. But people are like, do it. And I'm like, okay. Also, yes, chat, that is an entire ass breathing machine on my throne. That is an APAP breathing machine because my insurance... my insurance told me my sleep apnea is potentially fatal, but not potentially fatal enough that they're going to cover it. Basically, like, exactly how that letter worded it when they declined it. And then they were like, if you come to our people and get our sleep study instead of the medical college where you went to get yours, then we'll consider it. Well, they never called me back. It is a classic. And it sucks, too, because that thing's like $800, and I felt so bad putting that on Throne. But it's one of those things where I'm like, all right, I guess I'll put it up there. It'll be a slow burn goal. Knock some of this off. But yeah, no, I have moderate sleep apnea. It's one of the reasons, like, I'm so tired all the time. I really do think that's what affects how long I can stream. Because how long I can stream is, like, very inconsistent. Like, some days I'll go, like, 2 hours. Other days, I've kind of sat here with chat for, like, almost 7 to 8 hours. Like, it really just depends on if I can get, like, a big energy surge or not. Hey, Winchester, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Happy time zone. What you got going on today, Winchester? How's it going? We are panel lining some head right now. Insurance companies being for profit really screws things up. Yeah. Yeah. Sickness sells, as they say. Well, it's like I've mentioned in the past, chat. The bi-monthly injections that I have to do to, like, manage my asthma and keep me from having chronic pneumonia again. $10,000 a vial. $10,000 a vial. And I have to take a vial every 2 weeks. And I've done so for close to 2 years now, so math that up and you'll see how much that would be. Were insurance not covering it. Oh, you took a nappy nap, Winchester? You've been working on your blueberries? Working that head. This should be on the one blue site. The head's getting a little messy, but we'll clean it up. Again, the jokes write themselves today. Like, okay, so I will complain about my insurance just because the whole system is fraudulent to begin with. I am shocked, knock on wood, I am absolutely shocked that insurance has actually cooperated with, like, my HRT stuff. I was not expecting that. I was expecting to be denied outright. So I've been like, okay, if they're going to deny me the breathing machine, I guess it's equivalent exchange. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. The breathing machine's very important because, yeah. You know, you don't want to, like, croak in your sleep like that. But yeah, no, it was a mythical pull. I'm like, how did that happen? Yes, exactly. Exactly. I can get titties, but breathing is optional. Breathing is optional. Look, just let me be Frieza, where I can breathe in space, just without all of the terrible, heinous acts. Isn't there surgery for sleep apnea? I'm not sure, actually. I would not be surprised. It's funny on things, too. Medical places have... The person has insurance prices that are outrageous. Person does not have insurance that tends to be significantly lower if they're mandated to treat you. Breath is stored in the booba. I used to be able to do a Frieza voice impression. Yeah, I'm curious. Like, According to the paperwork, mine is like mild, moderate sleep apnea. So it's like not the worst, but it is still like in ranges to be a concern. I know my other doctors, they have been trying their damnedest to get referrals to go through to get the sleep machine. It's just... yeah, insurance has been like, nope. Insurance keeps calling it... what did they call it? They call it a non-vital expense. That has kind of been their MO on it. A non-vital expense. The case I remember was a YouTuber who had sinus surgery to widen them. You know, I have had acute sinusitis. I have had to get a few nasal surgeries. I would not be surprised if it's all connected. Because I was born with a deviated septum, and I had to get that fixed back in 2014? That was an interesting surgery. I never felt pain. Not once. Like, legit, not ever. I did not feel any pain. Not even in recovery. It was kind of wicked. Hey, Shadow. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah, it is sinister. Get me on Namek and I'll do a deep dive on Frieza. Frieza just comes to Earth now. Frieza's just like, hello, Goku. Hello, Vegeta. I'm here for my weekly ass beating. Frieza just shows up. Yeah, they did. I'm pretty sure they had me on Oxy. Like, I'm pretty sure they had me on Oxy after that surgery for like a week. Yeah, I'll have to look into that, Winchester. I'm curious. If nothing else, I would still like to do the research and learn about it. Frieza was modeled after the typical salaryman boss. Yeah, like, on Namek, in the Japanese, Frieza insults you in, like, proper, like, Japanese etiquette. Like, Frieza insults them in the politest way possible. Also, yeah, we have a Discord, folks. When you join the Discord, there's going to be, like, a little reaction image, I think. And if you click on it, it'll show you the rest of the Discord. If that doesn't work, I will manually fix your role so you can see the rest of the Discord for you. Because sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it's a little bit weird. All right, chat. I'm going to take a quick ad break. Once we get back, we're going to assemble the body and rejoice that we got something done today. And there was much rejoicing. And I might go ahead and cut the hands out and get them painted up too. And maybe the beam rifle. We'll see. We'll see. Because the beam rifle's not a lot of parts. The hands aren't on a lot of parts. But sit tight, gamers. Hydrate if you need to. Medicine if you need to. And I'll be right back. All right, chat, we are back. Johnny. Johnny, welcome on in. Welcome on in on the YouTube side. How you doing, Johnny? Sorry that I missed your chat for a little bit. I had a runner obscuring that side of the screen. But hope you're doing well. What you got going on, Johnny? We're about to put a body together. About to get a body all nice and put together. Actually, chat. I need to decide what's for dinner. I want Taco Bell so bad. I'll probably have to wait till tomorrow, though, because I'm running out of time to get my car out before people get home and block it in. So I'll probably do it tomorrow. But I want some Taco Bell. I could fuck up some Taco Bell. Oh, hell yeah. Like, I did up tacos yesterday, just with whatever we had on hand. They were very, like, basic tacos. You know. It's just meat, the cheese. I actually cooked up some rice and kind of mixed it with the hamburger to act as a filler. But the thing is, like, I am trying to, like, I'm not trying to cut it out completely, but I am distancing myself from red meats a little bit at doctor's discretion. But I do want some Taco Bell. I'll tell you what, though. You know what I did with those tacos yesterday? When I was mixing all that stuff together, I remembered that I have a little bottle of MSG. And I fucking slam dunked some MSG into that taco mix. And holy shit. That was so good. That was so good. I love me some MSG. You can basically put it in anything, and it'll just taste better. Hey, Unicorn, welcome on in. I mean, a little bottle of Mobile Suit Gundam would be pretty pog, too. You know, I was sitting there, and I'm like, what can I do to make these tacos a little more interesting? And I looked at my little Panda Bear bottle of MSG, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to throw some of this in here and see what happens. Spoiler alert, it was fantastic. It was absolutely fantastic. Eating straight up Gundarium. Become the Gundam. Taco Bell is not around my area, Vietnam. I love Taco Bell. I'm salty at them. I'm salty at them for making the quesarito the equivalent of a P Bandai item. Because that was my favorite thing on the menu, and now they only bring it out for special events and stuff, which is kind of silly. But I like Taco Bell's chicken stuff. Like, I really like their chicken stuff. Look at these legs, chat. Sheesh, these legs are chunk. And yeah, this is a 2015 era kit with, give or take, 2010 onward engineering. So instead of having like a ball joint and a peg that goes in, yeah, you get the peg on the shoulder armor itself. So it's kind of an older style ball joint. But it works all the same. It do be working all the same. And yeah, we're gonna get the hands cut out, cleaned up, paint it, and we'll get the rifle built today. Since I'm not really gonna be going out anywhere today. The nacho fries and nuggets had no business being as good as they are. Yeah, the nuggets were really good. Like, Taco Bell, calm down. It ain't that serious. Hold on, I gotta... Okay, there we go. The neck was being a little finicky. Older style hits me right in the age. It really does for me, too. I still consider, like, 2008, 2010 era high grades to be modern. And people are like, Allie, no, that's, like, a very long time ago now. And I'm like, no, it's modern. It's modern, damn it. You can't take that away from me. Something very weird is happening here. Need to pull this out. Okay. I just ordered Taco Bell. Thank you for that. I salute you. What did you get for your Taco Bell? I'm gonna have to get it tomorrow. I'll have to do it contactless, but I need to get it. I always get 2 crunchy tacos with whatever I get. And people will tell me, Allie, don't you know you can get better food for the same price or cheaper? Yes. Yes, I could. But sometimes, chat, and this is one of my mottos, sometimes you just want shit food. And when you want it, you want it. Chicky Nuggy Deluxe combo? Hell yeah. Yeah, it's the 00 style. Like, 00 style is what I'm, like, most used to. Oh, I see. This Weeble wobbles much more than I gave it credit for. Okay. Sorry, I'm very confused and perplexed right now. Because I thought I messed up something in the neck joint. I just don't know if this is how this is supposed to work. Like, Allie feels like Allie has done something wrong. Fennel, you have built a lot of G-Selfs to my understanding. Is the neck just weird? Because, like, the base joint on the neck, where the little block is, that entire thing's moving up. But the head itself isn't really moving that much. So I don't know if I did something incorrectly, or if this is how this is supposed to be. The neck is just kind of weird, but I can double check mine. Thank you. I appreciate. Like, it's not a problem by any means. I just want to make sure I did it right. Got a nobody? Welcome, welcome on in. Yeah, the block moves, not the head itself. Gotcha. Thank you for checking, Fennel. Thank you, thank you. Look at this. Look at this. It doesn't have hands, but we got a bell-bottom boy. Look at these legs. Look at these trunks of legs. Oh, no, I said the magic word. Look at these. I'm curious. I'm curious how this is going to go once the backpack is plugged in. I do need to do a brief touch-up, though. SG, welcome on in. There we go. We just got the main Bodhi together. His response to the question was, I'd rather be fat and happy than healthy and miserable. Like, what I have learned, and mind you, this is not medical advice, this is not dietary advice. This is simply saying this is how my body works, or at least how it used to work. I'm having to relearn how it works now that I am getting estrogen, because a lot of things are changing. A lot of things are changing. But typically, so I've tried a bunch of different diets in the past just because I wanted to do like strength building and stuff. What I found out is when I do like a typical, you know, balls to the wall kind of diet, I will always, always, always crash and burn. I think I am far too autistic to be sticking to something as rigid as a diet like that. What I have learned is just if you just work with balance, it goes a long way. So like, you can still eat all the things you normally eat. Just maybe bring the portions down a little bit, maybe not as often. And that's worked out the best for me. Like, that has genuinely worked out the best for me. Let me put you over to the side here. Have you seen the bouncing seal? I love shoveling food in my mouth. Let me tell you, now that I am on, like, week 13, week 14 of estrogen, I have this eternal, bottomless hunger now. I can eat 3 good meals a day, and I am just hungry. The second puberty is real, chat. It is real. I feel like a Sarlacc pit. And one of my other friends who's going through it too, they were like, hey, are you experiencing this? And I'm like, yeah. Does he like burn calories or something? It definitely like makes your body work. Especially your kidneys. It like puts your kidneys into overdrive. But a lot of it's because like your body is, and everyone goes through it differently. Everyone's body reacts to it differently, but like new things start to grow, for example. And I guess that's part of like why your body's burning so much energy. Tea does the same thing, makes you big hungry. Yeah. Yeah. And I think it really is triggering the second puberty, as it were. Because that's basically what happens. Like, that's basically what I'm going through right now, is second puberty because of the hormonal shift. And I think that's what really makes you hunger for the souls of the living. Be it T or be it E. I quit smoking in the boost and test. I bet. Because I forgot that that was a thing that can happen. Hand. hand, 2 hand covers. Seb! Hello, Seb. How are you? I was already high test while smoking. So you're kind of going through it right now. How the hell does the body work? You know, one of my friends was joking about this, but it's also kind of true. At the end of the day, your body is basically controlled by hormones and amino acids. The body do be doing bottle things. Bottle things? Body things. I tell you what, it definitely hasn't helped me talk better. That has still remained an ever-present disaster. Chill. Evening lurking. How about you? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. We don't have any on hand, but so the household got the COVID, and there's a high likelihood that I have it again. On the bright side, about 2 months ago, I got my booster shot, so even if I do get it, it's not going to be, like, super bad or anything. It'll never be as bad as when I got COVID the first time, when I was still an essential worker, when it all was going down. I thought I was going to die back then. Worst fever of my existence, among other things. But, like, I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling pretty okay. Like, my throat's a tiny bit scratchy. I'm sneezing a bit more. I have some indications that I might have it. We're just at a test right now. Yeah. Yeah, like, even before, like, estrogen and stuff, so I guess here's my little checklist. Born with asthma. I have lung damage due to an accident with sawdust and fiberglass, of all things. In the past, I've had, like, chronic pneumonia because of the asthma. And my immune system. So, immune disorders are strange. They're strange little devils, right? You know, there are people who have the immune deficiency, where it's incredibly easy to get violently ill. So yeah, there's the immune deficiency. Mine is on the other side of the scale. I have a hyper overactive immune system. On paper, you might be like, oh, Allie, that sounds great. You never get sick. There's a catch. There's a catch. While, yes, I don't get things shaking your hand so hard. You know what it's like. I don't get things like a cold or a flu very often at all. Like, I will say that. Yeah, I don't get that kind of stuff remotely frequently. However, allergies. Allergies are a big one. Because my immune system is so hyper aggressive, basic seasonal allergies, pet allergies, things like that, my immune system is triggered. And then my immune system basically starts to cannibalize itself, thinking that every little allergy that I have is my body being afflicted by the Black Death. So everything ramps up, which causes so much, like, inflammation and bleh. And if I do get sick with something, yeah, exactly. My immune system attacks itself. Yeah, that's basically what it does. Will it kill whatever enters my body? Yeah, yeah, it will. But it's about the equivalent of taking out a disease with a hell bomb. Everything's getting damaged. Maru, hello, how are you? And now you're huffing microplastics. Yes, they are making my DNA stronger. Maybe. Most all symptoms of disease are your immune system reacting to things. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. So it's just like that amplified. It's probably another reason why I'm so tired. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. While I do not get the flu frequently, if I do get the flu, you are not going to see me for a bare minimum of 3 to 4 days. A bare minimum of 3 to 4 days. Because I will be living on willpower and spite at that point. It will be willpower and spite with how bad that flu is going to mess me up. It's almost like you made a pact with the Crossroads demon. It's like, yeah, you aren't going to get sick a lot, but when you do, heaven help you. Do you have to schedule downtime for your vaxes too? When I started taking them, they did kick my ass a lot. I was on allergy shots for about 7 years. They cut me off the allergy shots last year. No medical related reason. It was just they contracted out their allergy department to third parties. And the third party contractor got rid of us. So that's why I'm no longer on allergy shots. I seem to be handling okay without them. It's been about 6 months since my last allergy shot. Springtime is going to be rough. Because when pollen starts going around, all of that hyperactiveness in my body is going to be like, all right, partner, time to dance. Last time you got sick and made a bloodied intrograde. Oh no. Maru, hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. We're having a little bit of medical coffee talk about how our bodies are trying to destroy us. Intrograde is a biohazard. But yeah, it's rough. Like, an overactive immune system is nasty. Speaking of immune systems, an anime recommendation is Cells at Work. Very cute, very accurate. I want to watch it. I want to watch Cells at Work, and I want to watch the, what is it? Is it like Code Black or something like that? It's the darker side story for it. I do want to watch it. Well, entry grade biohazard custom. I feel like I'm getting sick all the time now, but I have to power through it most of the times. That is understandable. Yeah, it's like, back when I had chronic pneumonia as a result of everything else, I was basically getting like super pneumonia. I was like never hospitalized because the doctors were like constantly pumping me with prednisone, which is a steroid. Helps control inflammation and stuff. So it never got that bad. But it did get close. It did get close a few times where I'm like, man, I should probably go to the hospital. But then I was like, man, that means I have to pay hospital bills. Pred, my bestie. Yeah, they had me on prednisone for like... Shout out to my liver for hanging on through all of this. But there was a 10-year stint where I was on prednisone like every 3 to 6 months. because I needed it to survive at that point. And then came along a lovely little medication, which is the $10,000 a vial one that I am now on. Thankfully, insurance is covering it. They put me on a injection called Dupixent. And that's been pretty life-changing. Because it keeps my asthma and the pneumonia at bay. And it also, like, works with, like, nasal polyps and stuff. So, like, your nose swelling shut and stuff doesn't really happen. That has been a very, like, vital medication for me. It just sucks that without insurance, it's like $10K a pop. $20K a month, basically. Multiply that by 2 years. It's wild. Immune system buddies, rise up. Whether you have weak immune system or immune system that really needs to calm the fuck down. But it's like, it's also like, at least for me, it's kind of like the normal. Like, up until this medication I got started working, I did not have a frame of reference for what it was like to not be living with that. So it became, like, very normalized for me. Because, like, work would still make me come in with pneumonia. I'm going to say that right here and now. Whether it was legal or not, work still made me come in with pneumonia. So the manager would be like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, you know, walking pneumonia, I'm here. And they're just like, keep it up, champ. Keep it up. There was a lot of legally questionable things that happened at my job. And it wasn't actually our company's fault. It was the government's fault. Because at the time, and this is stuff I can say, I don't really have any NDAs on this particular stuff since it's so vague. At the time, I was a military contractor. And company-wise, they were like, yeah, we really don't want you to come into work. Our government overseers were like, yeah, no, they gotta come into work. You really just gotta adjust because you have to? Yeah, pretty much. You just gotta do your best. So that's definitely where some of the lung damage came from. And I told chat the fiberglass story, I think, last week. TLDR, for those who weren't here, I had to open a crawl space, a large crawl space. It was like, I was at a church helping them disassemble their, like, Christmas setup. So they had, like, a crawl space that was, like, half the size of my entire body. Big entrance. No one gave me a heads up. No one gave me a heads up. I grabbed the handle for the crawl space, and I yoink it open. And when I did that, it made a vacuum. And I was hit directly in the face by a mixture of sawdust and fiberglass particles, and that went all straight into my lungs. I was out of school for 3 months. Because, like, that was, like, my senior year-ish. I was out of commission for 3 months on that one. Don't do that. Don't inhale fiberglass or sawdust. Why weren't you wearing any PPE masks? They did not provide us with any. They did not provide us with any. Which is unfortunately kind of commonplace around here. Yep, they were just like, you'll be fine. It's a clean crawl space. Spoiler alert. It was not. It's okay, chat. For the record, chat, I don't want it to come off as this is an alley bitching stream. I just sharing some of the awkward scenarios that have happened and how it's played into like the immune disorder. The reason I bring up the fiberglass is because my body saw the fiberglass and sawdust in my lungs. My immune system flipped its shit because it was trying to do something about it, but it readily couldn't do anything about it because it was inorganic matter in there. It was a time. I got a lot of anime watch, though. I definitely got through a lot of anime during that time. Stepfather's the same way, he refuses. Yeah, I've got a very nice respirator mask behind me. I've got a very, very nice one because I need to wear it when I dust off my Gunpla kits. Chat. Who in chat has not dusted off their Gunpla in a while? Be honest. Raise his hand. Yeah, I did get some PPE for when I do dust off my kits, because I am hyper allergic to dust. Just missing the asbestos at this point. Exactly, Einar. What was the old saying? Asbestos is the bestest? Raise his hand. Don't remember when I last did. Yeah. For me, it's more my brick models or die-cast models. Hey, that's still fair. It just sucks how quickly dust can build up. I've got a little air filter now that runs 24/7. That's been helping out a lot. But it doesn't remove the dust that's already been there. So I gotta do a little something about that. So what I use for dusting, I bought this specifically for dusting. It is a Tamiya brush. Little very fine bristle Tamiya brush. This has been great for dusting off model kits because it's very gentle. It's very gentle. Especially with the PC running all the time. Oh yeah. Mine's under a lot of dust between nearby electronics and a pack of animals. Yep. Now, my enclosed cases, the stuff that I've got in there, is doing much better because it's in a glass case. So dust doesn't build up nearly as bad. Chat, I'll do a video for that too. Because 2011 through about 2016, I was very heavy into PVC figure collection, Nendoroids, you name it. So I've got like 4 glass cases full of the damn things. These days, like once in a very blue moon, I'll get a figurine, but prices on those have gotten so expensive that I would just rather build Gunpla at this point. But I'll give you all a little tour of the waifu cases, as it were. Because that collection was basically amassed when I was doing my anime convention circuit. Those were the days. I'll get back to it. I want to get back to it. Chat, I have a goal. I want to do one of those VTuber meet and greets at a convention. It's going to terrify me. I'm going to shit myself, but I want to do it. I am manifesting it. I use makeup blending brush to dust kits. Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually. I've given up on anime cons and doubled down on MagFest. A lot of my friends go to MagFest. I love the Gaylord. The only time I've gone to the Gaylord was for KatsuCon, but the Gaylord is such a good hotel resort. That was back when I was doing cosplay photography and stuff. But yeah, MagFest is pretty legit. MagFest is pretty legit. I used to be a Katsu attendee, but man, it doesn't hit. My my big convention was Otakon. Otakon was my big one. And Anime Boston, up in Boston, was my secondary con. I haven't been to Otakon since they moved to DC. I do really want to go sometime, though. Just see the DC Convention Center. Because I haven't been to Otakon since 2016. I like the convention atmosphere. But I can totally understand that, Fennel, because, like, a lot of my friends who did, like, anime convention circuits, they've kind of shifted their interest to, like, MagFest, gaming conventions. I like Otakon. I've heard the new building that they've been using. It's very spacious. And it's got some, like, underground tunnels that connect the hotels and stuff. I've heard some pretty okay things about it. It's just, funding, really. Once I'm in a point where I consider myself, like, financially stable, I'll start to go to conventions again. Because I'm a dealer's room goon. I love the dealer's room. I can spend hours in the dealer's room just window shopping. Wait, Katsucon got rid of the model show? Because now Otakon still does the model show. I think Anime Boston does too. I didn't know Katsu had canceled it though. That's a bummer. Yeah, I went to Katsucon in 2015 when the fire alarm went off for an actual valid reason and we were all stuck outside in like single-digit wind chill. And everyone in the fursuits huddled around us and broke the wind. It was the day of the Great Wall of Furries. It was a great day. Because, you know, it's a cosplay convention. A lot of people weren't prepared to accidentally get ushered out onto the Potomac River with negative, well, not negative, but super cold wind chill, so the folks with the fursuits actually kind of came through, like the MVPs. Oh, did they have a poop spill last year? That sounds terrible. But no, if they got rid of the model show, that's a bummer. Because, like, one of my favorite things is seeing, like, the model kits, like the Gunpla shows going on. Seeing what people have worked on. I like trawling through Artist Alley and walking around. Trolling's a different thing. I don't remember the exact specifics of the poop spill. Yo, there are all kinds of wild, like, incidents that happened at conventions. A sewage pipe blew up in the Artist Alley last year and it rained on people. Oh, not the Artist Alley. Oh, that's terrible, because then you got, like, the art and stuff getting pooped on. Damn. Why did it have to be the Artist Alley? That's, like, the worst place. Oh, Katsucon, a very normal and perfectly functioning convention. FurryCon in 2014. I'm trying to remember. I feel like I remember that incident. 2014 is a bit rough in my memory, though. That was a bit of a rough year. Man. I remember... What year was it? I think it was Otakon 2013. It was either Otakon 2012 or Otakon 2013. Someone dumped a bunch of soap into one of the massive fountains outside of the convention center. So it was just a wall of suds that just erupted out into like one of the busiest roads in Baltimore City. Because at the time, Otakon was in Baltimore, Maryland. Brim was there when it happened. Everybody had to evac. Sheesh. Some of y'all want me to go to conventions. Like, I still plan on going back to conventions one day. I want to visit Anime Boston again. I want to visit Otakon. A friend has been wanting me to go to Anime Central for like a decade. And I just haven't had a chance to get out there. Up in Chicago. Oh, they have Yoko Kanno this year? Oh, man. I would love to go to that one. Homemade gas bomb in the stairwells. Jeezums. Well, I hope they got that dude's ass. Sheesh. Yeah, I mean, that's basically like chemical terrorism at that point. Like, get fucked, dude. Hope they got him and did what they needed to. Wait, they had an HRT panel? Oh, I love that. Come visit me in Einar instead. We can go to a nice Okinawan restaurant. I do love food. I do love food. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Yoko Kanno in person. One of the Anime Bostons I went to, I was able to sit in on a panel, in a Q&A panel with Origa, who sang for a lot of the Ghost in the Shell songs and things like that. It was very, very shortly before she passed, and I'm grateful I was able to sit on that panel before it happened. How kind of scary the Katsu crowd was. Yeah, like it 2015 is the last time I've been there. So I can imagine it's changed a lot. Finally got the guy the damn statute of limitations. Okay. Well, that sucks. Yeah, it's always ass when people try to mess up with conventions. All sorts of fun stories about Yoko Kanno. I love to hear that. Katsu always being known as the con with the freaks. I mean, I could see it. Because now that I'm recalling back to 2015, there were some sussy moments. Especially with people being able to look down at the main cosplay floor from the hotel rooms. It kind of leaned into interesting events happening. But But no, like, I could see it. Like, I know every convention is gonna have some degree of people you gotta watch out for. I will say, like, Boston and Oda, I haven't heard too many horror stories about. Like, there's obviously been some. And horror stories is a bit of an exaggeration, but... there have been some things that I have encountered that will not be repeated, but sheesh. Yeah, Oda's pretty normal, all things considered. I've been to NecoCon. I did go to NecoCon once. That's a really small anime convention, but it was quaint. I don't know if that convention's still around or not, but... if you've ever seen a song with vocals by Gabriel, that's actually Yoko Kanno singing. Really? The Gaylord, that's what they called me in high school. I've been completely blacklisted from the entire Faraday community, FBI's watch list. So if something happens again, he'll be immediately picked up by the FBI and charged. Okay, well, I'm glad he's at least on a list. Yeah, I'm not, it's a pretty shitty thing to do for many reasons. Also, sorry, chat, this barrel has been fighting me. Yeah, NecoCon is, am I supposed to cut this off? Hold on. Pause. Yes, I am supposed to cut it off. Johnny, got a nobody. Folks on YouTube, what y'all up to? Y'all hanging in there? If you're lurking, don't worry. Don't have to come out of lurking. Yeah, NecoCon, NecoCon's a little con. It took place down in, I think it's Hampton Roads, Virginia. Yeah, Hampton Roads, Virginia. I just remember the hotel that I stayed at during NecoCon was probably the most sussy hotel I have ever stayed in my entire life. Like, we were on the upper floor. It was just a 2-story. Like, it was more of a motel. But just walking on the floor, you could feel the floors, like, going up side to side, creaking. There were questionable transactions happening on our floor. Our delivery guy for food was always, like, on edge coming there. Go figure, the week after Katsucon, that hotel got condemned and torn down. So that happened. The con crud. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I know it happens. I have, knock on wood, probably because of my hyperactive immune system, I have never gotten sick from a convention. Thankfully. A lot of my friends, though, they have gotten absolutely roasted by it. I know Doji and some of my other friendos went to MagFest this year. I Can't remember if they got the con crud or not. They might have gotten the con crud. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wearing a mask the whole time and all that. Yeah, whenever I go to conventions again, I'm gonna be masked up the entire time. Without a shadow of a doubt. Hide, you have become the gay lord. The lord of gays. Oh no, you got it mid-con? Exhausted 2 days of mad fit, so I got sick and felt normal after sleeping. Chat, we got about 3 minutes until ads, but like... Convention time is wild. At least, like, the experiences that me and my friends have had. Like, convention time, it feels like time is going by the fastest and slowest that it has ever gone by. MagFest is a 24-hour con too. Yeah, it goes nuts, though. I think Otakon will go until at least 3, 4 a.m. Because that's typically when a lot of the 18-plus panels would start, was like midnight onward. But it's weird, right? Like, I have incredible social anxiety, especially in a crowd. Convention doesn't bother me. Convention doesn't bother me. I will say this. Some of the cons I went to, they had little stalls that sold Dippin' Dots, like, all night. So even when the convention was closed, like, they would still let you wander around the convention center. It's just all the panels and stuff, and the, stuff like that. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, that train of thought is gone. Anyone who falls asleep gets their shoelaces stolen. Yeah, I know Mag's a 4-day con. Most of my anime conventions were like technically 3 days. Officially 3 days, but most people came in for day 0, which was typically Thursday. And it got to a point where some of the conventions I went to were like, hey, we should probably, like, give them something to do on day 0. So they started, like, having concerts and stuff. But day 0 was always settle in, get your bearings, find the food places, make a battle plan. Is it because you know subconsciously that everyone around you is cringe? Honestly? I think so. I think that's what it is. Like, it becomes like a tribal mentality. And it's like, in that tribal mentality, if the con finds out there is someone in the con who is fucking around, they will find out. Because the majority of the convention goers start having their head on a swivel. Because one of the cons I went to, people were getting handsy. And the entire convention, I will say this, security was ass. The Otakon Baltimore Convention Center, at the time, security and staff, respectfully, were ass. So the convention attendees basically became the neighborhood watch. Context, I use a wheelchair at cons, but shout out to when the dude cut me off to the elevator and another attendee called him out. Yeah, people will do that shit. Yeah, like, we've had that shit happen. It's like, typically the respectful thing to do is yield to the individual in the wheelchair or the walker. But no, people will just not care. It's wild. I'm glad they got called out. I'm hella glad they got called out. Who's making a Gunpla con for the East Coast, right? Alright, chat, give me a quick sec. Ads are about to run. Ads are about to run. As I pop away for ads, I will never in my life go to TwitchCon. You could not pay me. That place is awful. It has no accessibility. It has no safety. Do not go to TwitchCon. Do not. Alright, chat. I will be right back. All right, chat, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, if y'all ever do, like, go to TwitchCon, squad up, you know, bare minimum, be in a pair of two. Just don't go walking off on your own. I know this might all sound like a big exaggeration. Do some research on the last few TwitchCons and you'll understand why. Almost every year people's drinks get spiked, among other things, so just be careful if you ever do go. Yeah, and a lot of the VTuber gifts got, like, thrown away. Yeah, a lot of people's gifts got thrown away by, I believe, facility, security, attendee, or attendants, what have you. Gamer subs. Gamer subs kind of came out when they realized that was happening. And started collecting what gifts they could. Like, they started plucking them from the trash and things like that and tried to store them away in the gamer subs booth. 100% because people be in constant danger there. TLDR, don't trust the streamer. Yeah, pretty much. There's plenty of us who are streamers who will say, don't trust a streamer if they're trying to coax you into something at an event. Beam rifle, chat. Well, I still gotta add 2 parts to it. Where's my earbuds? Let me get my earbuds fixed. You can trust me, but I'm upfront about my intentions. Exactly. Like, you want that Warhammer kit. Hey, you want to build Gunpla for me? Never trust an anime girl on the internet. Exactly, because, you know, we would never do anything. We would never do anything. We would never do anything concerning. Don't worry. You can trust us. Ignore the strawberry jelly on my face. It's fine. It's completely fine. Hey, Moss, welcome on in. Gamer subs these nuts. I would fight in World War III for Miku. Honestly, probably, yeah, I would too. I love Miku. I would win World War III for Miku. I was going to say, you've got a hammer. Yeah, no, Gamer Subs, a company who makes, like, energy drinks and things like that, was doing more to protect the TwitchCon goers than Twitch's own staff. Like, Gamer Subs sent out their own security to try to watch out for people. It was a mess. It was a disaster. And honestly, Fennel, I do not blame you for not wanting to go there. Look, chat. I have always really enjoyed this beam rifle design. It is a nice little rifle. I'm glad they include it. Okay. We need to paint the tops of these hands. As far as I'm aware, I think it only gives us 2 of these. I think we only get 2 hand covers for this kit. I'm pretty sure. That makes sense. There's only 3 hands. Sounds like TwitchCon, all right. Moss, what you got going on? I need to get a model kit of Miku somehow. I need to get some kind of model kit of Miku. I know there's a few different ones out there. Twitch staff have a lot of lip service and talk about how much they care. They really don't care. Oh, yeah, no. No. Forgive me, chat. I have actual memory issues. Her name is escaping me. But that streamer, when she was, like, assaulted on stage, Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, his immediate response was victim blaming her. And blaming her to rein in her chat more. Like, homie. There are hundreds, thousands of anonymous people on the internet. Yeah, it was Emiru. As a streamer, like, yeah, we've got a lot of good beans who are normal, functioning people who aren't going to do anything psychotic. But you also have people like that guy who came into chat this morning making questionable comments about shootings. You can't control chat as a streamer. That is just a thing that does not happen. So Dan, like, victim blamed her. He eventually backpedaled on it. But, sheesh. Dude walked right past Twitch staff security, was stared at by staff while doing it, as they did nothing. Exactly! Exactly. They just let the dude in. And I know I might be up on a soapbox here, but when it comes to people's personal safety, so I am a former trained security officer. This is why this is such a big deal to me. This is why it is such a soapbox topic for me. As someone who was a former DOJ licensed security officer, seeing this stuff blows my mind. Yeah. They also took away people's bodyguards, which was terrible. Like, homie. And people wonder why VTubers get so scared of, like, getting ourselves doxxed. Like, there's a reason for it. Same here. Yeah, I know our security. And, like, when we see that level of negligence, it makes me want to shit. The what now? Yeah, we had an individual in here this morning who was a little bit questionable in their wording of things. And instead of clarifying when I asked them to, they said something even further questionable, so I got rid of them. Allie didn't think this through when I was grabbing this part, chat. I don't really have a good spot to grab this part. This one's probably going to need a few coats because it's like white on gray plastic. Also, Moss, are you ready? Are you ready to hell dive like you've never hell dived before? Develop a third hand. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Yeah, today is just real talk day, and you know what? That's okay. That's okay. Also, Winchester, if you're lurking, ignore this. But if you're not lurking, what you doing for food today? Just use your feet. I mean, I've seen people who have built Gunpla with their feet. And, like, not even for, like, any particular, like, you know, doing it because haha feet. They were just like, hey, look what I can do. My friend had a job as security guard college campus, former U.S. Army, so he made sure that his uniform was well kept and neat while he did the rounds. Pulled double duty enforcing parking violations. Yeah, I want people to be safe. I want people to be safe. When it comes to people's safety, I will not shut up about it. I have no mic, and I must yap. Oh, are we getting the planet in 40 minutes? Is that our last goal? Oh, Merrick. Is that our last major goal? I'm going to let that dry. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to let this dry up. And then I'm going to have to come in and do a second coat because white paint on top of like gray plastic, it sometimes doesn't like do a complete coat, especially since I'm not using a primer or anything. So that's going to dry for a bit. Then I'll hit it with another coat just so it handles a bit better. Get it? Handles, because it's hands. I'll be here all week. He might hop on Helldivers today. Hide. This game is ramping up. This game is ramping up. There's a trailer out for the patch, and I advise... I'll have to send it to you. But, if you have any Helldivers 1 fighting spirit left in you, now is the time. We only need 1 of 2 planets. Oh, Moss, look at you streaking. Look at you streaking with Glorp. I need to yoink this off. Yeah, they're doing some, like, ARG stuff for Helldivers. It's been really cool, like... They're doing more for this than they did when the Illuminate attacked Super Earth itself. And I get it, it's for the Helldivers anniversary, but I'm here for it. I haven't actually seen, like, the ARG stuff myself. The reason given is because he looked too authoritative looking, and the head of security said that she did feel safe around him. College student, head of security, he was told by the company that he worked for that he was providing the security, that he couldn't work there anymore. It's like, wow. I mean, the whole point of security is to be a presence to deter shit from not happening, so... Whoever this was, I don't think they understood that concept. Ask me about my dinner, missed the answer completely. Yes. Yes. Today's pasta was cacio, which are oblong Bosnian meatballs. Oh, sign me up, Winchester. You said meat and balls. I like meatballs. And I actually don't mean that in a funny haha lewd way. I like meatballs. So you had that with yellow rice, tomato sauce, new recipe. Yo, that sounds good, though. I would eat that. I was telling chat earlier that, like, this year's going to be my cooking arc. I want to try to start, like, doing meal prep and stuff. I want to start doing meal prep. Doji, Saucy gave me some ideas with some, like, roasted veggies and stuff. I want to, like, get some containers. I want to pick a day where I can just cook. I wish I could do a cooking stream for y'all, but that is unfortunately not a possibility. That is unfortunately not a possibility. Real reason she said those things is because he wasn't going to let her friends or visitors through without them having an actual valid reason for being there. Yeah, it was... It was wild, some of the stuff you see. Happening. Like, there was one night, and I shit you not, obviously this phrasing wasn't used. But when you understand the context, you'll understand why I use this phrasing. This all took place in 2014. This was all in 2014. But I was sent on goon patrol. I was basically sent on goon patrol. Allie, what does that mean? What the hell does that mean, Allie? I want to word this in probably the most eloquent way I can. Like, oh, I'm gonna take a hydrate first. Thank you, Einar. I am gonna take that hydrate. Patrolling for gooners. Like, dead-ass patrolling for gooners. Left to work in another job security, ended up having to find new head of security because she was arrested for handling and selling of stolen goods. Lamal? Hey, Kodiak. Welcome on in. How you doing? We're having a little bit of story time. I'll finish the story once I hydrate. I just gotta finish panel lining this rifle real quick. But we're talking about how my security company sent me on Gooner patrol one night. 3 weeks after he left. Sheesh. Man. People do wild stuff, gamers. Gooner patrol is something else. Sounds like GTA roleplay. It really does. I mean, we 100% had some corrupted security agencies on our GTA roleplay. Alright, let me hydrate. Yes, we like sausage and a fresh summer ham. Actually, I'm not that big into pork, to be honest. Okay, so. Gooner Patrol. My assignment for that night was simple. I was to go around and check in unannounced on our other officers and see how they were doing. I got to be the asshole that night because most people hated the person who came and did the unannounced check-ins. So I got to be that asshole that night. I was instructed to keep an eye out. And again, I'm not giving specifics because, yeah, but I can at least be vague about it safely. I was specifically told, hey, go around to a few of these sites. A few of these are like open air sites where someone would just be like sitting in their car, you know, not like an actual building or anything. And they're like, get close, turn off your lights, and just observe. So I did that. All the while munching my little Wawa turkey bowl, which I accidentally spilled in the fucking car. So the long and short of it, apparently multiple officers had been suspected of or caught gooning while on patrol or gooning while in their security cars and not paying attention to their duties. My job was to go around and see if I could find officers gooning. That was the goon patrol. And you know what? Some of them were. Some of them were gooning. I wasn't the one who found them, but the other goon patrol officer did. What a time. Like, chilling in your car and eating is one thing while on duty, because, I mean, you gotta eat. You can't really do your duty good if you're on an empty stomach. But sheesh, you know? Sheesh. Also, my Twitch chat is... Yeah, like, on duty. It was just like, wow.
He keeps
Kicking me in the dick. Why? Why does he keep kicking me in the dick? Also, Seb, thank you for the 10 biddies. Thank you for the 10 biddies, Seb. I just saw the emote that you did. I seen it. I seen it. This should be okay to put another code on. I had my meal team ninja set up for that when I was running my firm. It's stuff that you would never think you would have to keep an eye out for, or rather, hope that you would never have to keep an eye out for. It happens. It happens. Just like how I did one security site one day. 6:30 in the morning. 6:30 in the morning, about 14 degrees outside with wind chill. So it was 6:30 in the morning, 14 degrees wind chill. And I was advised that on one of the security cameras, there had been people on the hood of a car doing the hanky-panky. And, that job gave me some stories that I'll carry with me for the rest of my life, for better or for worse. Seb, thank you again for the biddies. Oh, that one's cute. Friend doesn't like people like her. One of them actually had a record for felony breaking the law as well as essay. No, understandable. Did you join in? We called the police on them. We called the police on their asses. That's what we did. Also, chat, just as a little heads up, I wanna preface this by saying this comment isn't directed at anybody, because the threshold has not been met or crossed over. If a topic that does involve like SA comes up, if it is going to come up in chat, make sure it is as vague as humanly possible. Because that is sort of a thing that can be a difficult topic for people. And I don't want anyone in chat to feel uncomfortable. So, this is more of a preventative announcement than anything. Just never go into details, like exact details and stuff. So. Were they hot at least? I'm gonna be honest. Everybody was too baffled at the fact that it was happening. That was like the last thing on our minds. We were like, hey, we're on duty. There's this couple here. They're probably on drugs. And we're gonna call the police on them. You're okay, Shadow. Like, you didn't really go into, like, super specifics. It's just something I wanted to make mention of, because it's not something that we've had to address before in the chat. I do my best to not, like, rule the chat with, like, an iron fist. But But yeah, like, no one's in trouble. No one's in trouble or anything. It's just a, like, thinking toward the future kind of thing. I had an incident where one of the flashlight holders found a couple of ladies going at it on a pool table. He froze, didn't do anything, till they asked if he was just going to watch or do something. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, you're good. You're good. You're good. It wasn't that your post was an issue, it's more so that your post made me think about it. But yeah, like Einar said, if it was a problem, it would have been deleted. I don't want you to feel like you're being singled out or anything. Oh, gosh. I did have a lady who was in nothing but a robe throw herself at me, drunk as hell. Thankfully, I had a nice security octagon separating us, but like she was trying to get over the desk. She wasn't like violent or anything like that. She was just drunk as hell. She was drunk as hell, not wearing any clothes and being very friendly. And I'm like, I'm gonna need a couple officers to help out with this one. That was a wild night too, because that was also the night that a drunken fight broke out just outside that same place. And that was one of the nights that I decided that I was going to quit security. It's definitely not the main reason. The main reason was because they overworked me into the ground. That's the main reason I quit. But we did have safety concerns. But yeah, like, an hour after Drunk Naked Lady, her husband, who was also drunk, came and basically dragged her back into the hotel. We made note of it. We made, like, an incident report. And that was that. An hour later, someone comes running into the lobby, and they're like, hey, we've got a tussle breaking out front. And I step out there, and there's a bunch of people who's drunk. But specifically, there was one drunk guy swinging around a glass bottle, and I'm sitting there like, they have me as an unarmed security guard. I'm getting paid $13 an hour. This person is drunk and swinging around a glass bottle. I need to reevaluate my course of work. So I called in for backup on that one, and we got the situation sorted without anything major going down. We got the guy to drop the bottle after he was, like, swinging it around a bit.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
But yeah, no, it was a time. It was a time. But yeah, that's a little look into some of Allie's past work experiences. It was kind of like a know your worth scenario for me. Flashlight with strobe mode works great. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. Like, it's a way to kind of do, like, contact with self-defense. I tell you right now, it was completely because our security firm was afraid of lawsuits. They even told that to our faces. Because they were like, yeah, we have an armed division. We don't really want people to go into it, though, because it's a liability. And, like, to a degree, I get that. But when they started sending unarmed officers into armed locations, that's when I was like, yeah, you know, we're kind of done here. Yeah, I'm gonna continue on with my other military gig and not get stabbed. And then 2020 came around. 2020 came around, the contracting business that I worked for. It wasn't like construction contracting. It was like food-related contracting. We went under because of COVID, primarily. So that sucked. But basically, the company going under is what led to me being a VTuber. Funny how that works, huh? But here we are. Here we are. And now I am this little creature that you have to deal with weekly. Pick me, Captain. Send me on the Goon Patrol. Hyde just out there being like, you can't fool me. I was there when the texts were written. Do not recite the old magic. That's why a Maglite with 3 to 4D batteries makes an excellent defensive weapon. Yeah, our place banned those. Our firm banned those because they were, again, a liability. Basically, the idea was like, if we acted in self-defense, that meant a potential lawsuit for our security company. So they preferred us just to be unarmed. That included flashlights. The only flashlight I could bring is I had a tiny little flashlight about that big. That's the only flashlight I could bring. But yeah. Making sure all my employees knew basic hand-to-hand self-defense, gave them good metal pens that double as kabaton. Yeah, we didn't get any kind of like hand-to-hand training. We didn't get any kind of hand-to-hand training. They at least did teach us proper escalation of force. I will give them that. They at least did teach us that. But no, we didn't get any like hand-to-hand combat or anything. We kind of had to come in with what we knew and pray, basically. But yeah, no, you'd be surprised. Like, a lot of things that you think you might have in a field of work like that, they don't give it to you. At least the company I worked for, their mindset was like, if something happens to the officer, we can deal with that easier than if the officer does something to defend themselves. And you might say to yourself, Allie, that sounds fucked up. That's the neat part. It was. We focused on verbal judo first. Yep. Then if someone wanted to fuck around, find out, to rent a cop, that was on them. Yep. Pretty much. Verbal combat was like primarily our biggest thing. We weren't armored, by the way. I want to stress that. We were not padded at all. We had our undershirt, we had our uniform. Good luck. And this was like inner city shit, too. There's a reason I quit. There's a reason we had such a high turnover rate. Chat, if you ever do go into security, for 1, know your worth. 2, do your research. 3, make sure they're not, like, putting you in harm's way to save a few bucks. Not all security firms are like my experience, but just keep an eye out. Mine was notorious for being ass, I learned many years later. Whenever you get around to visiting, I'll show you the armor I issued out and you'll be jealous. Man! Like, the fact that they didn't even give us a stab vest. Like, even if it wasn't, like, Kevlar or bulletproof, the fact that we just didn't even get a stab vest. And here's the thing, the armed officers didn't get armor either. For the armed officers, it's like, here's a 9mm, good luck. Just no armor. And I know some of the places that these guys were sent out to in my area. They are not good places to be. Firm's policy about security guards using defensive measurements reminds me of the idiot from Demolition Man. You know, funny you say that. One of the folks I follow actually got to watch Demolition Man for the first time. I echo what Alien said, coming from someone who owned and operated security. It's a jungle. It really is. It really is. Before I even finished, like, my proper intake paperwork, they threw the life insurance waivers and policies in my face. Which, don't get me wrong, it's security. That is a rational step to inform people, hey, this is the work you're doing. This could happen. This could potentially highly happen. It was the way they went about it. They treated us as if we were expendable, basically. Place had a huge turnover rate. More than one time, I would be on a shift and I'd get a call like, hey, so-and-so quit, so you've got to stick around and do a full, like, 30-hour shift or something like that, because someone's got to be at the site. Can't go unguarded. Which is true, but, yeah. And how all those officers were being told by a computer on how to deal with a criminal. Demolition Man was wild. You're gonna be like Goon or Batman, Hyde? Goon catching Batman, I should say. Not Goon or Batman. That's probably a different thing entirely. I'm pretty sure I've seen a video about that. That would be a no-go. You got a Bluetooth hole puncher, and you're getting something to help protect you from being hole punched. Yeah. Yeah. Of course we did have our radios. We did have our radios. I wouldn't sign those forms and waivers without guarantee they'll be provided. Yeah. It was an interesting scenario, because, like, that was 24-year-old Allie. 24-year-old Allie had just come out of some rough stuff and, like, needed a job ASAP. And one of my friends was like, hey, my brother works security. They can get you in, like, within the week. And I'm like, shit, I guess I'll do it. I need money. And I kind of did a speed run through the entire process. And they had me as a floater. If you don't know what a floater is, it means you are an officer who does not have a designated site, who just gets tossed around wherever you're needed, basically. So that was me. That's why my schedule was so erratic. Like, there would be days where I worked, like, 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'd get, like, 2 hours of sleep, 3 hours of sleep, go back to work till 7 in the morning. It was a time. It was a time. The night shifts were pretty cool, though. There was a few sites where it was, like, super chill. Obviously not giving out any names or locations. However, there was one site that I loved. When I got assigned out there, I was giddy. I was happy. I knew I was going to have a pretty good shift as long as I didn't fuck up the fire alarms. That was the only thing I had to worry about, was not accidentally fucking up the fire alarms and setting them off. It had, like, a little cafe. The place had, like, a little self-serve cafe in it. Like, it was like a self-serve cafe convenience store. Basically like what you would expect out of a 7-Eleven. So I didn't have to bring lunch on those nights that I worked that place, because in the midst of my patrols, I would stop by the cafeteria. I'd walk into this monitored self-serve little convenience store. I'd get myself some like frozen burritos, some drinks, some candy and chips. I'd nuke it up in the little oven they had there, eat, get back to my patrol. It was nice because you could use it overnight because they never actually closed it down. That was a very sought after location for a lot of our officers. I can imagine you would know why. You were just taken care of there. You were just straight up taken care of. You never had to worry about food or water there. If I end up in that line of work, the amount of knowledge I have on how the human body works. When Dad was a security guard here in the 70s, they didn't arm him either, but they did tell him that neither the 2-pound keyring nor the 3-pound flashlight he was issued counted as weapons illegally. Yo, those keyrings don't fuck around, the old ones. But yeah. It was a time, chat. It was a time. Lessons learned, takeaways, do your research, know your worth. Don't let them take advantage of you. Neither of the pens I issued out, just an ink stick. They can hit pressure points very well. Very good at signing letters, and very good at filling out reports. Have you ever worked at a site where you saw or experienced something that you just couldn't comprehend or explain? What you just saw or experienced? The naked lady was definitely up there. I was just so confused by the whole scenario. Now, if we're talking about actual, like, stuff that, I couldn't explain. There was a few times. Now, let me give a disclaimer here. I live by a simple policy of, I do not know if the paranormal exists. I do not know if it does not exist. However, if it does exist, I do not want to piss it off. That is my mentality. That is my mantra. Moss, go heck up some bots. Get them for democracy. But yeah, like, I'm kind of indifferent when it comes to, like, talks of the paranormal. It's just the, if it does exist, let's not piss it off kind of thing. There were nights... Hi, do you mean literally or figuratively? I need to know. Both? Hell yeah. I've encountered strange lights that don't fit any military areas that's around me. Then any extra stuff is, if it doesn't bother me, I won't terrorize it. It's like when you watch those ghost hunting videos. It's like when you watch those ghost hunting videos and you see, like, the people run in and they start cursing at the goose. They start cursing and antagonizing the ghost. And I'm like, homie, let's say this thing did exist. What do you think you're going to do by antagonizing the poltergeist who can throw a knife at you? In a theoretical scenario where this is real, what do you think you're going to accomplish by pissing off the knife-wielding ghost? Think about it. The Gerst. Oh no, it's the Gerst. Kind of like along the lines of stuff Einar mentioned. Probably some of the weirdest stuff I encountered was in a 24-floor high-rise building. Late at night, like, I was patrolling at 3 a.m. And let me tell you, chat, lack of sleep, like delirium, is a hell of a drug. Just sheer exhaustion really puts your brain into an interesting place as far as, like, rational thought goes. How do I explain this? So in this theoretical building, in this theoretical building, one of the 24 floors was completely gutted out for construction purposes. They were rebuilding it for their new clients. So all it was beams, insulation, and wires. That floor kind of creeped me out a little bit because it just felt so unnatural compared to the rest of the building. But my particular area does have like a lot of myth, a lot of folklore about like hauntings and stuff like that. So people were always like suspicious of the buildings. But there was one night where I was walking around at 3 a.m., which is the hour, I guess. I definitely heard strange things when I was patrolling those floors. It was like floors 17 and up would be some strange happenings. Just noises. I attributed them to very tall building, wind, old building, probably creaking, foundation moving, things like that. That was my rational thought process for it. But I never knew for sure. Sometimes you would feel the floor shift, which, once again, old, tall building, wind. But when it's 3 a.m., your mind starts to think. Hearing noises down the hallway, hearing unexplainable noises from the elevators, that happened. Again, 3 a.m., running on 2 hours of sleep. It had already been an 8-hour shift, going into a overnight, like 20-hour shift. I was very delirious. I was doing my best to get through that patrol. With those, I just give them my card. It did have my rank on it, either major or chief, depending on the year. They'd get all giddy to get me in trouble. Tell them to call, and I promise them that they're up. Then have my cell phone ring in front of them. Yeah. It's like the classic, I want to talk to your manager. I am the manager. I did enjoy filling in shifts and taking my rank off my collar. I've had irate people demand to talk to my boss. Yep. Yeah, thinking back on it, there was definitely some stuff that was, like, suspiciously creepy. On paper, probably fully rational reasons for it. In the moment, it was strange. A long time ago, like 3 years ago now, we played a game on stream called Night Security. It is a Chilla's art game. And it's a paranormal game. It's a game where actual monsters and stuff do exist. But as I played through that game with chat, and like the noises and the weird stuff breaking and the happenings would go about, I kind of explained how this was like one of your worst nightmares as a guard on duty. Was just shit like this happening. I've had this one contract that I had a hallway that is always darker than it should have been, even with the sun in a stick, 300k lumen. Oh, you had a lumen. The hallway was still dark. Yeah, this building definitely had some hallways like that. Like, it was one of those scenarios where like, in that line of work, you just have to keep going. You just have to keep going, regardless of how spooky it is. But yeah, no, there were some floors in that building that were questionable, at best. Because the way they were renovating the building, they were going from the bottom up. So a lot of the lower floors had been renovated, had been spruced up. you know, overall felt better. But like 15 up were all old floors, and 15, I think, was the one that was gutted at the time. There was also technically floor 25, which was the attic. And I have a picture from that attic somewhere on my Facebook. I might have to get it one day. Because it's looking out the window. It's safe to share. It'll dox what city I live in, but good luck finding me. Hey, Genesis, welcome on in. I know sometimes clocks get off balance. We have a grandfather clock, and if it gets like really off balance, it can chime an extra time. I haven't used it in a long time, though. I don't know if we have the key to wind it up anymore. For those just joining, we're talking about my job as a security officer and all the weird shit that happened. Genesis, I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing good. How has it been 4 hours, chat? Oh my goodness. Holy. Yeah, for those just joining, we got the main body for the G-Self put together. We got the beam rifle put together, and we got some paint on the hands. The next thing that we start on, and I'm very excited about it, is the backpack. The very large and in charge backpack. There will be detail painting that we have to do. Like, there's some missiles. I'm going to have to put red on top of each individual missile, so that'll take a little bit of time. And there's some other spots where we're going to have to do some detail painting, but that is part of the fun. That is part of the fun. But I'm excited for this. This is the main attraction of this version of the kit. It comes with a stand because this thing will not stand on its own. It will not ever stand up on its own. Allie is curious about the connection point right here. It is like a T-shaped connection point that the G-Self plugs into. I'm curious about the strength of that connection piece. I won't know until we build it, but I'm very curious about how well that will hold the model kit in, because with the bell bottoms, this thing's got some weight on it. The G-Self's got a little bit of weight on it because of the bell bottoms. But curious, I have a quandary, so we'll find out. We'll find out together. But yeah, there's a bunch of missiles that we got to paint up. They have them like red with little white rings around them. I'm probably just going to paint the red and call it a day. I don't have enough dexterity in my hand to do the little white rings. So that's probably what we'll start on Wednesday. Wednesday we'll start off with the backpack gymnastics, so I'm really excited for that. Very excited for that. I would dodge, but have the turning radius of a boat. See, I think I saw some other messages that I need to go back to. That sounds messy. It does sound messy. Let me check twitch.tv chat. I want to see who's streaming, who's doing what today. Who has what going on today? Twitch, I do not care about your Roblox partnership. Go away. I will not touch your Roblox. Yeah, that is a can of worms that I do not need to, nor do I desire to touch. Okay, Musy is live. Musy is not doing any plamo. But Musy and Benny are playing Repo right now. So we're going to go throw them a raid because none of my other plamo friends are currently live. So that's who we're going to raid today. Chat. What a day. What a day it's been, chat. What a day. You know, I didn't expect to come into stream today having like so much real talk. Because I normally don't like get like super opinionated on stream when it comes to like, you know, major stuff. Today I did. Today I did. But it was good. It was good to have some real talk. because I do want people to understand like where I come from and where I stand. I like to take a saying from Einar. I like to take a saying from Einar when it comes to the stream. I want the stream to be a safe space. We cannot, however, prevent someone from coming in and randomly saying something atrocious, right? So it is a protected space. I can't really prevent people from doing dumb shit, but I can delete them the moment they do it. But yeah, no, the Roblox news has been an absolute nightmare. If you want to know about that, read into it. Read into it. What's going on with Roblox? Whew, I'll try to find you some articles, Hyde. It's rough. It's been some up and down. But currently Twitch is doing like a big partnership thing with Roblox. That's kind of the big flavor of the month Twitch promotion that's going on. But yeah. Now I will say this, like, there are some people who play like Roblox horror games and stuff, like Queso does that. I don't really fault, I'm not going to shame anybody for that. There are certain people I will shame on Roblox though, who are not, or the topic of which is not stream safe to talk about, but it's just in general, I'm staying away from it. That's kind of the goal. But yeah. Chat. Thank you. I'm not Irish, but I love potatoes. Your potatoes are not safe around me. I will take your potatoes. If anyone, I have a lot of friends who do not like hash browns. So if we go to like Waffle House or something, if you don't like your hash browns, give them to me. I will shovel them into the endless void that is my stomach. No potato goes to waste on my watch. But yeah, no, thank you, chat. Thank you for being here. Wednesday should be a little bit more of a chill stream. Wednesday should be a little more goofy, a little more silly, a little more chill. Just dunking on Discord led me to a bunch of other topics. But yeah, I got something to shovel in your mouth or something like that. I don't know, just be saying shit now. I mean, to be honest, that's how I stream. That's how I stream. It's just a stream of consciousness straight to my mouth. That's the only way I can keep the air continuously going for like multiple hours at a time like this. It's just pops in my head, say it. Within reason, obviously. Within reason. But sometimes that's just how it be. Sometimes that's just how it be. But thank you all for the resubs. Thank you all for the follows. Do enjoy your follower emotes. Exclamation point Discord if you need the Discord. Exclamation point YT if you want to check out our YouTube channel where we primarily upload Plamo things and you can catch our stream VODs there. Exclamation point socials if you, like me, are unwise and do stuff with social media. And I think that's all I really got for the important exclamation points. All right, I need to move this stuff up. I need to get my keyboard real quick so we can go send Musi some love. Let me put the Gundam over here right now. Where's my keyboard? Okay. Let me see. So we're going to go raid Musi. As always, chat, when we raid into a stream, check their rules, be kind. All that fun stuff. They're playing some repo today. They're doing some reaping. YouTube, I love your faces. Thank you all for being here, as always. I'll get the Wednesday stream scheduled up sometime tonight. And you can look forward to building a badass for this model kit on Wednesday. Have yourselves an absolutely lovely, lovely time zone. My name has been Alien Ashford, your friendly neighborhood half vampire who doesn't have OBS pulled up to change scenes. And I will catch you all later.